Hello everyone. How's it going? Every time I go live, there's part of me that's like actively dying. And then the other part that's like, you're literally just playing Pokemon, calm down. Happy New Year's, everyone. Last year was a pretty big year for me. And hoping that this year can see a lot more of... I kind of spent all of last year working on a big project, and then that big project was me. So it's gonna be interesting with that being over, and now moving forward, just living in this new world with all of you. Someone has asked, how was your New Year's? I played Night Rain with friends and then watched the countdown in Animal Crossing. So, pretty good. Not really a party sort of person, generally, so... That was about how good it gets for me. Anyway, I guess let's get right into it. My mind has kind of gone empty again. I'm just letting the thing play out instead of commenting on anything. Someone has asked, if you had to choose a certain culture to do a Souls-like game, what would it be? They've done a lot of teasing of like desert stuff, like the Loran Chalice in Bloodborne and Karthus. And then we haven't really seen like what that would be if they did that as like a full, like if they explored that more. So that could be interesting. And that's, what are the accessories on my model's throat? This is a corset piercing or ribbon piercing, something like that. There's a few different terms. Oh. This is leading to a double battle. Someone's asked, Bloodborne 2 or a desert IP? I think that what we've seen from Software is that they're kind of better, like, not being bound by equal stuff. Like, they seem to prefer to kind of try new stuff. Admittedly, I'm not going to be presumptuous. If they said that they had a good idea for Dark Souls 4, I'm all for it. But they really seem to like exploring new worlds rather than following up. The exception may be Elden Ring, because that does seem like a world that they've invested a lot more into. And that's what the inspiration for my dress is. They kind of like vaguely style it on like a Souls Witch aesthetic. Unless you think Elden Ring 2 might be in the works. That would surprise me, honestly. But it seems like a world that they are at least interested in, like, exploring what else might be happening in it, given the movie and, like, Night Rain. They battle together and now they're friends. Someone has asked, if you could add 3 bosses from Bloodborne to Night Rain, who would you pick? I think they could do a lot with Murgo's Wet Nurse. Is the immediate one that comes to mind. There's very much the implicit multiplayer element of it splitting into multiples. I'm just really a big fan of Dark Beast Parl, but at the same time, Parl probably just gets his legs broken and dies immediately. Past that. Maybe Amygdala. Just on vibes. Yeah, someone's asked, no Zubat mode today. Here's the problem. I accidentally deleted the chat replay for the VOD last time. So I'm going to do Zubat mode later. And I need all of you to pretend that it is the first time you're seeing it. So that I can get the chat experience back. For some reason, YouTube doesn't think to warn you that if you edit the VOD at all, it will delete the chat replay. So I tried to trim out the starting soon segment to like not have that dead air leading in, but it just killed the whole VOD and now I'm sad. Someone has asked, has your voice impacted your dating life? I'm Arrow Ace. I don't have a dating life. It has come up that like actually never mind, I'm not gonna get too into that, don't worry about it. What does that mean? Aromantic, asexual. I don't have the impulse or desire to be in a relationship or be intimate with another person. It's just kind of whatever to me. That went on quite a while. I do probably need to engage with the game a little bit more. Kind of just been talking over it a bunch. I don't know if that's preferable for people or not, honestly. Someone has asked, who's my favorite design from this game? I guess I do honestly like just again, or a lot. Especially, she has like the best music. Someone has asked how it's felt to stream, and so far I haven't kind of, I guess, figured out what me streaming looks like. Like, I don't know what my vibe is. There's a rogue mega in here, so let's pick like a pretty good donut. And said, girl, you already have a vibe. Admittedly, it's probably easier to tell from the outside. Like, I'm like, I don't know what I should be doing, but all of you have an idea of what I am doing. Or what you like from it, I suppose. That meow stick. That's interesting. Is currently a psychic type, I believe, so I'm not sure if it's gonna like continue to be psychic when it mega evolves. And I said, just think, what would Germa do? Watched some Germa, but not enough. Say. Well, that's interesting. I was curious if they were going to do different mega forms for male or female Meowstic, but it looks like they just made it kind of both. It's fun. The cube. I can't target it. Oh, there's like... That's fun. Oh, okay. I guess the mechanic is like, if it's... If to break into... I need to be able to talk first. You have to break into the cube, but if you're outside of it, after a certain time, you take a lot of damage. The thing is, they do actually have like some fun mechanics to the fight. But they're usually not like particularly difficult anyway, so doesn't matter too much. I do like the cube. Oh. Well, I didn't realize the timer was running so thin. Well, it'll probably be fine if I understand the cube better this time. And it said this is a timed boss. You get to like pick how much of a timer you have, and I guess I underestimated. It's like a whole system of donuts. You like cook donuts ahead of time, and they determine what level your Pokemon are at and how much time you have in the battle. I cheaped out a little bit, I guess. Doing the cube twice in a row. That doesn't seem very fair. Alright, not a problem. Someone said, do you think Night Rain will get any more content in the future? I have said that it was translated from an interview, so it's like there could be ambiguity to it, but it seems to be. They've said that they will be adding new weapons and equipment. So presumably, like weapons and talismans from Shadow of the Erd Tree. And there's a few that could stand to really benefit some of the characters, like they got a legendary Onspox bow, or Rominus halberd as a legendary for Guardian. Would be pretty good stuff. There would also be some fun new like spells and incants, yeah. Someone said also they should add Freed's Scythe. I do think that it would have been fun to have like weapons and equipment from the Souls series and not just from Elden Ring. Of course, if you didn't see the first stream, the golden Pokeball is full of butter for some reason. This is the child that makes donuts. And Hoopa, the ring Pokemon, helps with this and eats the donuts. Pokemon can be a little silly sometimes. Someone said Mega Meowstic based on Calico Cats and the Rebus from Alchemy. That is an interesting note. That does tie it into Elden Ring. The Rebus is in a lot of stuff in Elden Ring. Well, I've been wondering who her mom was, and that I kind of just said it. Okay. I do have to wonder who the dad is. There's like, I think that, wasn't there one of the animated shorts where like her and Sycamore were at a coffee place? Or, no, there's one where like she interacts with Lysander, but I don't think they do that. Thank you for the super chat, Ultra Athlete. Happy New Year to you as well. Stop. Stay away. I'm in the void. The four kings are going to appear at any moment. Where's Kath? Only one. Only one. Stay here. You stay away. Stay away. Stay away, stay away, stay away, stay away. That's a bit spooky. The hell was that? You just wake up. Anyway, I have dreams like that. Guess we all had maybe the same dream. Or just Lita and I had the same dream. Thank you, Nin Nin Swoosh, for the super chat. And Digi Otcon. Happy New Year's to you both. Someone has asked, any shareable New Year's resolutions? I guess kind of streaming. You know, I got it in last minute at the end of last year, but it's kind of more of a this year project. Let's see. There's also a certain extent to which I am trying to get better about speaking in a way that doesn't tire my throat out. The way that I instinctually try to talk still wears on me a little bit. And so trying to do, like, a smoother voice seems to help with that a little bit. But it's more effortful and also feels a bit weird to me at this point. Was asked, how long do you plan to keep streaming, as in long term? That's who knows, honestly. Could be, you know, years, decades. There's a lot of things that can change. Someone said, love the channel and the art. As a fellow bat lover, have you seen Merlin Tuttle's photography? I haven't. I'll have to look into that. He takes amazing bat photos for his conservation efforts. Oh, thank you, Bob the Throb Ross, for the super chat. Happy New Year to you as well. All of the donuts that we make are made from berries, which doesn't sound like the usual ingredients for donuts. Someone said they eat the Pokemon. And admittedly, there are Pokemon that, like Alchemy, explicitly says in its Pokedex that it produces cream that people do eat. So, Pokemon can produce food. I think there was also like a book in Gen 4 games that talk about it was either a book in game or it was from the Big League where it was like there's a text that's in universe that says like if you eat a Magikarp and then put its bones in the river, the bones will become a Magikarp again. Like it's ethically fine to eat a Magikarp because you're not actually killing it, which is an interesting note for how the Pokemon world works, I guess. Someone said, not ethical, but sustainable. And yeah, I guess so. Oh, we haven't seen her in a while. It's Canary, the streamer. This is looking like another double battle. Thank you, Wild Man, for the super chat. Happy New Year's to you as well. I said, she streams, you stream, she's just like you. Yeah, I can do a collab stream with Canary. Why not? She did just say that I should be on her team, so. Someone said, any plans for reaching 1 mil? Subscribers, I assume. That's kind of not up to me. You guys have to subscribe for me to get to 1 mil. kind of never like bothered pushing subscription stuff, and I probably should, but I don't know, it just feels weird. There's part of me that still always has that feeling of like, oh, if I have any special plans for if I hit 1 million. That is probably a better question, because that I do have more of an influence over. Not at the moment. I don't know how close 1 mil actually is. I think I still have time for that. Oh no. One of the cats is messing with the drawers. Just a second. That's fine. Have like cloth drawers in a dresser that I got from like Target that Violet keeps bending. They're like cardboard with cloth over them. I think there's damage to them at this point. Well, sorry to all the boys and joyers. They didn't get to be on the screen for very long. Someone said, doesn't it feel weird to have so many followers? I know I wouldn't get used to it. Yeah. Yeah, even now. I still, like, kinda don't conceptualize how many people that really is. Someone said, don't think about the size of a crowd of 800 people. That has been slightly lessened by how many people there were for like the voice reveal stream. Like the highest that I've had in any stream was a little over 5,000 people. That was crazy. And so now I'm slightly more comfortable dealing with this, I suppose. Someone said, if you did a night rain stream, how many people would be watching? The first night rain stream, I got 5,000. Second, I got 4,000. The Pokemon stuff is not drawing in as many people, but I don't know if that's the novelty wearing off a little bit, or it just not being the same kind of cup of tea. They, for some reason, really like opening the map and showing me this, only for nothing to have changed. Someone has asked, how do you feel about Monster Hunter? I've played quite a bit of it. I started with 4 Ultimate, so I got like a little bit of the old school Monster Hunter experience before they made the big change with World. And I'm a Dual Blades main, so potentially could stream some of that. Let's see, what do we have around here? Is that Tinkerton, I guess. You can go there. I was asked, did you play much of Wilds? I played through it all when it came out, and then have not kept up with the title updates. That's something that could happen on a stream, but there's a kind of strange experience with Monster Hunter where you like play through it a bunch, and then later they add more content, and it is the very difficult stuff. So then you're like out of practice to do the difficult stuff. I kind of get what the idea with it was, but there's part of me that, like, the timed element of these kind of makes them feel weird to do. Someone said level 100 isn't the max in this game. The dimension spaces have like special modifiers, I guess. It's like you create donuts to start with, and then they modify your level and like how much time you have in the dimension space. So for these, we are like having to do little side missions to be able to progress in the story. There's like the survey points. We're going to be at that for a little bit. Oh, actually, I guess I don't need to be catching anything in this distortion. Someone said, sorry if it's been asked before, but what is your favorite Pokemon? It is Zubat. In fact, now's as good a time as any. Alright, chat. This is getting serious. This is taking a little longer to get to, so the joke is being actively ruined. Let's take it again. Okay, chat. This is getting serious. I'm entering Zubat mode. I appreciate all of you committing to the bit. Supposed to be destroying bramble patches, but I don't know where any are. Thank you, account name, for the super chat. I could just call everyone that. Account name. You just have to imagine it with, like when you're data mining the Souls games. They have like question mark place name or question mark protector name. There's like a question mark on either side of the term. I'm really not sure where these bramble patches are supposed to be. I would have to imagine that, like, they wouldn't give you a task that you can't— oh, there they are. It's like, certainly they wouldn't give you, like, a task that you couldn't actually do. Alright. Just barely got that in time. Yeah, that reminds me. I've been finding a bunch of these, so let's just get my son to level 100 as well. My son grew to level 100. Oh, that's Glimora. I actually kind of like Glimora. It's a bit of a weird Pokemon, but I took a liking to it. Or I guess that might be Lumet at that point. Is that the little version? It said Zuli has a son. Allow me to show you my son. My beloved child. They didn't have Zubat in this game until the DLC. Alright. Got those two done. I just need to destroy flying Pokeballs now. And also look for the Glamoras. Feeling that's been kind of interesting is that there's like gameplay loop stuff that I wouldn't be fussed about doing kind of on my own, but it does feel a little strange to do it on stream in front of a bunch of people. Let's see. Still haven't found the other Pokemon. If I can be entirely honest, I was expecting, like the first stream that I did, I was thinking it'd kind of be crazy if like a few hundred people showed up and then it was 5,000. Then for the Pokemon streams, it's been getting like around 1,000 still, and I was like, I don't know, I kind of at some point I probably have to actually internalize that people like me. I've never really thought about myself as having like that kind of appeal. Gotten all of the side missions done, but I still have not found the Glamoras. Where have I not looked in here? Here's where I haven't looked, apparently. Alright. Mission accomplished. We got everything we need out of here. Thank you, a buff croissant, for the super chat. Longtime fan, thanks for the content. What's your favorite Pokemon? Zubat. Also a big fan of like Galvantula line Sizer. Noibat Noivern, obviously also. One that I like a lot that isn't like an obvious one necessarily is Alchemy. Someone said Lunala, and yes, that is a good one as well. Someone said, do you like Delphox? I do. That was my starter in X and Y. Thank you, Ed Execute. With a super chat. Your accompanying voice helped me get through some rough airplane turbulence the other day, so thank you. I'm glad that I could help. Someone said, what is your social security number? 5. I got in early. Thank you, Abigail Monk, for the super chat. Happy New Year's, longtime fan. Your content is lovely. Thank you for spoiling us with streams. Well, thank you. I'm glad that everyone's been so kind about the streams. I was wanting to do them and also kind of scared to do them. But it has been going quite well. Somebody, I've seen some people talk about how, like, nice the chat seems to be. Like, my community is already quite good. And there's the joke that I set the bar a little high by making sure that the only people who were fans of mine were people who could read. Or were willing to read, at least. It has been an interesting thing for, like, the progression of the channel. Like, I kind of initially planned to just upload a bunch of, I guess, just textless clips and stuff, and then it kind of just... the scope kept changing. What is that? Any videos in the pipeline currently? I have really been trying to work on the balancers video, and then for some reason, like, I'm just getting overloaded by executive dysfunction. It always seems a lot harder for me to do videos at the end of the year. And I feel really bad about it, that I didn't, like, get the video out in a timely fashion at all. There's a bunch of like neat stuff about the balancers that I'm interested to go over in the video. I said, will there be more Zubat variants? I would love to have like a regional Zubat. I said, do you think that's why so many move to streaming? Do you mean that, like, that video editing is... like, making videos is a lot more taxing than streaming? Because it, like, kind of is, I guess. It can take me, like, 12 to 18 hours to make a 3-minute video, and then a 5-hour stream is just 5 hours. Kind of silly, sometimes, the, like... the difference in output versus effort. But the like the Nightlord videos especially took a lot of effort because they did not end up being 3 minutes. Thank you, IJLSK. Don't know how to pronounce that for the super chat. I put about 20 minutes total into Souls-like, but there's so much to love about the games. Thank you for helping to bring it to the rest of us who just can't play. Yeah, that's been a very interesting thing, is that we've gotten a lot of comments from people being like, I don't even play these games, but I like these videos. And I'm glad that I can like highlight the appeal of the series, even for those who like can't or don't want to engage with the gameplay. And a lot of that is like someone has asked me once like, how do you get such good footage or stuff? And like, kind of a lot of it is that I'm working with good material. Like, I can't really take credit for how good the content is when it's like going over like the stuff that the very talented people at From Software have made. Like, the art direction of the Soul series is, like, impeccable. Someone said, your video format was very interesting and appealing. I enjoyed that much that I attempted it myself. I'm glad. That has been another thing that I've seen, is that there's, like, I'm glad that people have been able to watch my streams, or my videos rather, and feel like they don't have to do like a lot of crazy stuff. You just have to like present the material. There's a lot of the stuff about my video format that was born from like, well, you know, I couldn't realistically do voiceover content for my stuff. So I kind of had to... Where did Delphox go there? I kind of had to figure out, like, different format, like, different tools for making my videos interesting. And said Zuli is a bit like From Software Tom Scott, if you think about it. That is a comparison that I've heard. And like, people have asked if Tom Scott was an inspiration, and then I was like, I didn't actually like know Tom Scott, know Tom Scott's work before, so that was kind of just parallel design, I guess. Interesting to think about that, like, you know, YouTube rewards certain things, I guess. And so you're gonna end up having multiple people happen upon the same like structures of how to sell ideas, I guess. That's kind of been the thing that I think about with videos, is like, how do I convince other people that this is as interesting as I think it is? A lot of it's very like obscure stuff that's often kind of strange or technical and not as interesting as just like I don't know. There's oh. Well, that's a little worrying. Those of you who are just listening, if any of you, you can just kind of walk off the map a little bit in this game. Need to go find the 4 kings. Someone said, "Where's butter?" We have to get more points to get more butter. There's a bit of a grindy element to the DLC. Guess let's rest and reset the dimensional rifts. See if there are any more interesting ones to go into. I was asked, what are your top 5 favorite games of all time? And I'm not someone who is good at picking favorites to begin with, so that's kind of a tough question. There's like I don't know how many of them are just the Soul series. I'm not gonna give you like a hard list, but I'm gonna mention contenders, I guess. Like Twilight Princess is one of them that was like very special to me. It's a weird place to say like the Legacy of Kain games, because they're kind of not the best as like actual games, but they have some of the best like acting in gaming. There's like parts of them that I enjoy that are, you know, I don't know if I'd say like Soul Reaver 2 is an incredibly good game, but it is an incredibly good experience. Someone has asked, how so? That it's not like the moment to moment gameplay is not the thing that you're like getting excited about. It's kind of like the story beats, the characters, the cutscenes, all that stuff. Someone has asked, are your stream thumbnails just your video thumbnails? That is the bit that I've been doing. I think it's pretty funny. Someone said, good evening, I think. Morning for me right now. For me, it is around noon. Also earlier, I think I saw someone ask if Ghastly was in this game. Potentially. Someone said water break, and that's true. I should probably drink some water. Alright, freshly hydrated. Someone said, did you just choke on water? No, I just have like a persistent cough that I've had kind of my whole life. It's nothing to worry about too much. Initially, I thought about like I should try to be careful on the mic of not coughing too much, but I'd have to be muting a lot to not do that. That was an interesting experience. I didn't realize they could like block for each other. So I said, phew, not a plot cough then. It is, I am foreshadowing that I'm gonna die at the end of my quest line. We just don't know what that is, though. Someone said, will the cough go away since you had throat surgery? Probably not. It's a thing that my dad had, also. It's just kinda... Someone said, it's so weird seeing levels above 100 in official non-glitch Pokemon content. Yeah, I guess they kind of felt like they couldn't, like they had to do something for the players that had been playing for a long time. And then DLC came out, and it's like, where do you go from level 100? Let's get the ghost dog. It says, currently you have more voice than I. Day 4 of being nigh voiceless. I hope that gets better for you. I was never, like, fully unable to speak, except for, like, immediately after the throat surgery. I had to not speak for a couple weeks, and that was kind of a lot. In some ways it was weird, in other ways it didn't actually end up changing much. I got like a phone call when I couldn't talk, and I was like, oh good lord, what do I do? Let's go make some more donuts, actually. Someone said, I assume you don't want a shiny Noivern from a random fan. Might be good on that. I need to figure out something to do with all of these extra shinies that I have. Anyway, most of these were the product of trying to hunt for this shiny female Fennekin. Ended up with quite a few male Fennekins. Also ended up with enough shining Eevees to get all of them. One said, shinies are not so rare now, huh? That's true. The thing about shiny hunting in this game is that if you reset an area, it won't reset the shinies. And so you just keep resetting until only the shinies are left. Someone said, why did you have throat surgery? Speech defect, mostly. And said, that's kind of a silly mechanic, not gonna lie. Well, you can kind of see how they arrived at it, because it's like, if you're going through the city, and you hear a shiny noise, it would be very easy to like not know where it is and then quickly leave its spawn zone and then it's gone forever. I had the first shiny that I caught in this game was let's see, where is it? I'm potentially blind right now. Well, I guess it's not too important to actually show it. I guess I can do this. Oh, it's right there. I am blind, in fact. The first shiny that I found was this Ariados. And, it was in a sewer underground. And so I heard the shiny noise and like had to run around a lot to finally figure out where it was. And so they need to have the like the mechanic of not despawning shinies in order for that to not be like super frustrating. But it does also make it like kind of exploitable. Someone said, do you watch anime? If so, what's your favorite? I do, and this is another situation where I'm not good at picking favorites. I've mentioned in a previous stream that I really liked Land of the Lustrous. There is only like, you know, one season of it, and so that's pretty sad. In terms of favorites, though. Oh, one that comes to mind is Mushishi. It's honestly like an incredible show, but like kind of it's the kind of show that I think would appeal to Souls fans, but it's kind of incredibly slow, and also doesn't have like an overarching narrative. But I think that, I don't know, if you like the Souls series style of storytelling, I think you'd like Mushishi. And I imagine if you're here watching me, you're a fan of the Souls series, or you're a Pokemon fan who is incredibly confused. Or has been incredibly confused about everything we've been saying. Someone said, slow, it's perfectly paced. That's true. Like, I think it's actually very good, but it's like, by comparison, I think that I'd give it a qualifier for people who may be used to something more, I don't know. Someone said, would you recommend Dungeon Meshi? Absolutely. That's one of them that's up there. I had read most of them, like I'd read a big chunk of the manga a long time ago when it came out, so I was very excited to see the announcement of the anime, and they like did a very good job of it. Also saw someone ask if I like Gundam. I recently watched Witch from Mercury, and I thought it was alright, but it did not make me feel like I wanted to go seek out more Gundam content. It's like the part that I cared about wasn't like the Gundams specifically. Not that it was like bad or anything, but it was just like it was not the thing that turned me into a Gundam fan, for better or worse. Someone said, why are you blue? In honor of my children. Finally being added. I just told it to bite that dog for no reason. I was like starting a fight in case the other one didn't get caught, and then it did get caught, so I was a little bit like, well, I didn't need to do that. What is that? Is there a shiny Zubat with a different color palette? There is, but I kind of don't like it very much. It's kind of sad. There's a lot of Pokemon from the first generation where the shinies are like kind of an unappealing green color, and Zubat was one of them, who was sadly so afflicted. the like pink Crobat is a bit better. And it said, well, 1 in 100 Zuli Pokemon streams have a shiny Zuli. If we get to 100 Pokemon streams, that's a whole other consideration. The first ever shiny that I got was in fact shiny Golbat, but it was on an emulator of Leaf Green, and so I don't actually have access to it, sadly. I think that I still may have the save file on an old computer, so I think that there are ways that you can actually like get Pokemon out of emulator saves. So I've thought about that. And then I've never actually acted on it. What I said, is that what your avatar is today? Shiny Zuli. No, this is just Zubat mode. Someone said, did you find a shiny or was it me? That may have been you. If you heard the shiny noise. I don't think I did. Someone said, any witchy shows or games you like? I'm a big fan of Little Witch Academia. It's one of those anime that, like, it didn't have a manga that it was based off of. Like, it was just an original project. And so the ending is kind of, a little bit improvised, it felt like, but otherwise, I liked it. Someone said, I am so hyped for Witch Hat Atelier. And I'm also interested in that. I've heard a lot about it. I was a big fan of Freerun. Like Freerun, Dungeon Meshi, and then essentially Witch Hat Atelier coming up are like potentially going to do a lot for like how fantasy anime is doing. I'm looking for an alpha Pokemon and a fighting Pokemon. So far, I'm just seeing psychic cats. I said Metacham, maybe. That makes sense. Being in the psychic zone. Oh, yeah, here they are. I just thought that a flying type move would destroy the grass things, but kinda didn't. Someone said, it really goes the extra mile to give lore reasons to explain D&D mechanics in a really clever way. I'm assuming that that's about Dungeon Meshi, and I agree. It's like, Dungeon Meshi is one of the most, like, thoroughly considered fantasy settings that I've ever seen. It's, like, incredibly good. I love it a lot. Did not quite make that. I have no idea how to find this alpha Pokemon. I guess there has to be like one somewhere in this. And since I've been talking, I haven't been paying too close attention to everywhere that I've gone so far. Someone said, do you know any of the old Magic the Gathering lore? I do actually. It's like... I started playing in Innistrad, but I did, like, go back and read up on some of the old stuff. The Phyrexians are like one of my favorite factions, and particularly I'm a big fan of Shieldred, but the like old Phyrexia stuff is also very interesting. I knew enough to be excited by the Brothers' War set, is what I'll say. I was very happy for Gix to get a card. Oh, there it is. There's the alpha. I don't think you were here earlier. Well, got that done. I guess it wasn't about finding it so much as like getting it to spawn. Someone has said what got them into Magic was Elish Norn. It is a very striking visual for a card. It's a little bit spoilers for the Balancers video, but there's part of me that looks at the enhanced Balancers with the like, you know, bloody red skin and the porcelain white armor and thinks, Elish Norn? A little bit. We do know, like, actually, that Miyazaki is a huge fan of Magic, and we're pretty confident that he's referenced it before, and he didn't work on Night Rain, because that was Junya Ishizaki instead, but I think probably, like, there's no way that, like, the From Software offices in general aren't just like filled with magic cards. There's obviously stuff in Dark Souls 2 as well that seems potentially inspired by magic. It's an interesting thing that like this whole series like takes a lot from a lot of places. Someone said, will you play Duskbloods when it comes out? And I do intend to. There's immediately the alpha Pokemon here. And kind of not expected to like Night Rain as much as I did. And at this point, it sounds a little silly, but you could say that Night Rain has been life-changing for me. Because it really made me want to talk to people more. Then Duskbloods is another one of those things of like, I have no idea what From Software is doing making this game. This is not anything that people would have guessed that they would want to do. But I believe in them. So, my son, please. The thing that is obviously going to be very strange about the Duskbloods is like the Switch 2 exclusivity is going to limit kind of how much of an audience it has. And that'll be potentially concerning for a multiplayer title. And said the alpha catch requirement sometimes cannot be achieved because of pure RNG, which is dumb, but if you get a shiny catch requirement, there'll be one guaranteed. Okay, that's interesting. I'm assuming that, like, at the higher levels, you get, like, I haven't seen shiny catch requirement yet, so I'm assuming that spawns at the way, like, higher levels than this. One of the things that's been interesting about the Duskblood stuff is that, like, it doesn't exactly feel like a coincidence that the Duskbloods is a very, like, multiplayer forward title, and then Nintendo has really seemed to be pushing online multiplayer stuff for the Switch 2 specifically. Like the whole game chat thing, like multiplayer felt like it featured a lot more heavily in what they were talking about what they were talking about the Switch 2. So it's like, I'm curious if that was a factor at all, but at the same time, I guess kind of it couldn't have been. They've said that the Duskbloods was like, began as a Switch 1 title, and then over time became a Switch 2 title. we've also had, like, there was an interview where Miyazaki talked about being interested in the Battle Royale genre. So I think that Duskbloods is kind of like a continuation of the strange multiplayer. Like, it sounds like a really strange thing for From Software to make, but oh, that's Heatran. The hell? They gave a mega to another legendary. That's fun. So you wouldn't think of it, but From Software has always been like a weird multiplayer studio. I guess not always, but you know, the Soul series has always been a weird multiplayer experience. Very curious what this will end up being like. It's like, when you think about it, Demon Souls was a very unusual multiplayer experience for when it released. The premise of like someone else can come up in your game and just ruin your progress is a weird one. Like, imagine you were playing like the Elder Scrolls and someone's like, I'm gonna beat you up outside of Riften in Skyrim. That's crazy. Oh, that is a lot higher level than I expected it to be. Let's see. Excadrill will die instantly, eventually, but if it's still Steel Fire, it'll take a lot of damage. Excadrill as well. I did see in chat right before this, someone commented that Heatran is so tiny. And I guess they've addressed that issue a little bit here. May have to use a slightly higher level donut. Yeah, I think with the like amount of time left on the timer versus the amount of health that it has, the numbers aren't looking great. But we don't even get to the end of the timer. Well, that was interesting. Let's go again. But this time, instead of with the level 44 donut, let's spend our level 68 donut. Someone said training montage time. No, we're just gonna eat a better donut. Someone said, something I'd like to see From Software go back to and experiment with is Kingsfield. Maybe dip into VR. The thing is, there is the best possible joke that they could make, which is that if they made another Kingsfield, it would be Kingsfield 5, or, you know, Kingsfield V. So they could have Kingsfield VR. But sadly, that is never going to happen. The problem is that they've said that like the Kingsfield series is Natoshi Zin's project, and so like without Zin directing it, there's never going to be another Kingsfield. So it doesn't seem like it is in the cards for there to ever be another Kingsfield game. I still would like to see like more VR out of From Software. Duracine was like a hugely important game to me. Like I've said it a couple times, but I played Duracine the first time when I was like taking care of my dad, who was like suffering from early onset dementia, and so it was like a big reprieve from that in a way that I very much needed. And it was also the first VR game that I ever played. It was like just a very mystical, special experience for me. And then it is locked on one of the most inaccessible VR formats. I think it was very interesting because like Duracine is very much like another one of those games that is not what you expected From Software to make, but shows another thing that Miyazaki has, like, I don't know, shows another facet of Miyazaki as a director. Oh. Excadrill got knocked out. I think we have plenty of time left on this fight, though. It said Sony didn't even port Duracine to the PSVR 2. Apparently, it has turned out that like it's a lot more complicated to port things to PSVR 2 from PSVR 1, because PSVR 2 was like such a particular VR thing. So there's a lot of games that were on PSVR 1 that never made it to PSVR 2 that I guess it's kind of just, it wasn't practical to do it. I'm a little surprised that Heatran is the like of the legendaries. Like Heatran getting a mega is an interesting one. I guess another thing that is potentially a barrier for like Durasne specifically to get or for From Software to do any future VR content is that they had to use I think Unreal for it. They're maybe not like super experienced or eager to return to Unreal since they can't use like their normal engine for VR stuff. I guess at this point there's probably not like a huge incentive for them to return to VR as much as like I personally would like it. We got Hyperspace Butter. Oh, someone has said, will you happen to do any co-op stuff with RT game? I'm friends with RT. I'd love to. I don't know what it would be, but that could easily happen. He brought back some upsettingly good butter. We are having a special dinner with the space butter. Someone said, did you try Half-Life Alyx? I've been meaning to. The headset that I have is PSVR 2, but I got the adapter to be able to use it on PC, and I just haven't set that up yet. I've been interested in the premise of like, I guess I would need some sort of mic to attach to the headset or something to be able to stream VR. But I kind of would want to stream VR. I don't know. It may surprise some of you, but I'm actually quite a bit into VR. Oh no. They've made the tower even stranger. I think that this will kill him. Honestly, why did they put so much attention into this? I'm curious if he's gonna hate it, or if the joke is that it's good now, actually. It is good now, apparently. He got sent to the Four Kings as well. They've really been enjoying the like Field of Darkness visual. I said, why is he the only one with the donut curry? That is a good question. Mega. Something just mega evolved. I guess. Someone said, are these streams less harsh on your voice now than when you started? I'm trying to be better about it. The first stream was like, I was incredibly nervous. So I was kind of just doing whatever, I guess. And I'm trying to be better about how I speak to strain my voice less. I can tell that I'm still not like fully in there, but I'm trying. Oh. They're just dancing. I almost thought that she was gonna punch her in the face. Someone has asked, what was your first video game? Super Mario 64. We got a Nintendo 64 and picked from like a small selection of games that they had, and so we ended up with Mario 64. I'd say is a good one to start with. I guess the army is like something. Okay. Almost thought that we weren't gonna have a creepy dream. Stay away. Stop. Hmm? Stranger Things. The Upside Down. Never mind. Hurt. It hurts. Help. Well, that was probably fine. Should we maybe let the interdimensional rifts consume all of reality? That might work. Someone's asked, where is my Mega Zygarde? I wouldn't really feel like using it. For those of you who haven't seen, this is what this guy looks like. It's kind of a very silly design. He kind of melted a little bit. It's said that if it goes all out, it can heat its body up to temperatures over 1.8 million degrees Fahrenheit. This heat keeps enemies at bay. I think at that heat, you're not gonna have any enemies anymore. You're gonna have ashes. Anyway, I need to use the bathroom, so I'm going to leave you with my son for a moment. Alright, I'm back. Did you have fun watching my child? Someone's asked, who is the artist of your PNG tuber? That would be me. I did it. That's why I was able to do Zubat mode as the joke. You had a scientific conversation with my son. He's very smart. And he's killing that man. immediately a hyperspace thing in Corbeau's office. How did she get here? For the briefest moment, the little cat walked up, and I thought it was the cat talking. It wouldn't be the first time that a cat was speaking in Pokemon, so... they're saying that we need to find a way out, but we have Hoopa with us, so I feel like Hoopa could probably just open a dimensional rift back. It looked to me like everyone nodded their head except for Hoopa, who shook their head no. Well, I'm gonna play on the jungle gym instead. That didn't actually help me at all. Not here, apparently. These are the guards from Quasartico. I guess that didn't happen on stream, so none of you have any idea what I'm talking about. These are the security guards for like a $1 billion company. This is just some random lady. Now, what if I play on these jungle gyms instead? Guess that wouldn't be these, would it? This jungle gym. This too is Yuri. Where haven't I looked? Hello, child. Kind of ended up back at the start, it looks like. That kind of makes it feel like they're leading you to the roof. Well, I thought that maybe you would have useful information. This may surprise you somewhat, but I don't have a very good sense of direction. Has nothing to do with the fact that my eyes are covered. A hyperspace restaurant. I'm curious if it's a place that you can only drop down to from above. Someone said, do you like fruit bats? I like a lot of kind of bats, fruit bats included. If you want to see a good bat, one of the many good bats, look up pallid bats. Pallid. Love them a lot. Oh, there they are. So potentially, all of France is going to get teleported to anti-France. Someone said, sadly you can't touch most bats. Their diseases are too strong. That's true. I'm very sad about that. Why is he standing on the desk? Hyperspace is being created and sustained by a single Pokemon. I'm curious if that's like something new or like a mega of an older Pokemon. I assume that some of you know, and you don't need to tell me just yet. I did think to myself earlier that it'd be weird if we had to take Hoopa from this small child. There could potentially be a different Hoopa. The legendary Pokemon are not actually unique, is my understanding. According to our calculations, hyperspace should remain until you, the person playing this, stop playing this. We're gonna mega evolve the donuts. Okay. I'm curious if we're just gonna get Mega Hoopa from eating a donut. But I do have to do a bunch more survey stuff, apparently. So I guess let's go make some donuts. Let's see. Also, I wanted to take a look at. I don't know if I want to eat that. That is a little concerning for butter. Oh wow. Some of these offer like a lot of levels. $89 levels. That's the emergency donut. And then I guess for the road, let's make some decent donuts. It said, "Why is the chef so small?" Child. The donut child. Donuts honestly seem like the sort of thing that you would need adult supervision for. I'm pretty sure hot oil is involved. Up on the roof. Someone said, "No way you're gonna eat a 1,000 calorie donut." The donuts are for Hoopa. I don't eat the donuts. Maybe I would though. Eat a 1,000 calorie donut and then not be able to do anything for the rest of the day, probably. Someone said, "Zuli, which food would you mega evolve?" Lately I've been really into chicken tikka masala. I like that a lot. This is the little poison normal type from Paldea. Brutal. Noid is assigning homework to the viewers. I do kind of question if it's a good idea, generally, to tell people to do stuff not on the stream. But, I don't know. People probably have multiple monitors. You cannot throw Pokeballs very far in this game. I just clarified that he is telling them to come back, so I guess that's a fair point. It's a big snake. Thank you, Lord Drake, for the membership. I haven't been catching all of the people who have gotten memberships, but I appreciate them. I've been thinking about, honestly, I kind of don't know what to do for member perks, because I kind of don't want to, like, I don't know, keep unique content away from people. But that's kind of what you're expected to do for membership stuff. So, one of the things that I've been considering was like like a members only playlist of videos that are just my regular videos, but without like the text on them. Like if you just want to see the scenes by themselves. That's something that's like could be interesting, but is not like enough that people are gonna feel left out not getting to see it, maybe. Although I guess kind of it feels bad that you're kind of supposed to get people to feel left out. Get them to do the membership. Someone said, I want emotes. That is a good point. I do need to get on that. Also, I kind of forgot that the way to leave is like upstairs. And I can't teleport because I'm under attack. Alright, there we go. And said, what is even the goal here? You enter the little rifts and then get a couple like assignments, like catching a certain number of Pokemon, and you get points, and you need the points to progress the story. So I guess the strategy for shiny hunting is you get, like, you make a donut that has shiny power, and then soft reset. Or not. I guess just advance time on benches until level 70. Okay. Well, you advance time until you get a Pokemon that you want in the dimension. What are you doing? Get back here. Oh. Couldn't tell what that was in the preview thing. That's just Grafii. What other species of Pokemon are in here? Should probably heal Crobat a bit for this. Wasn't sure, but I thought that I already caught one of those, so that did not progress things. Got a Shroodle, Grafii, Weeping Bell, Victory Bell, rubbish. Is it possible to... Someone said you need to spawn a Garbodor. That makes sense. Is it possible to, like, easily cycle? Oh, there they are. Well, that worked out. Alright, there we go. Someone said hydration reminder. I should probably get some more water. let's see. Instead of the usual, let's leave you with the big bat. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. How are things with the big bat? I actually realized I've kind of left my starter behind. Let's get them back out. I haven't done one of the battle zones in a while. Well, this one's just defeat a bunch of trainers. Oh, the timer is going down quite quickly on that. And said, was that duck wielding a green onion? Yeah. and said, what determines how quickly the timer goes down? I guess it's probably, there's like a star rating to the dimension, and then a star rating to the donuts. So maybe that's connected? Get Black Dress Gardevoir. Someone said, what is wrong with green bats? Assuming that's in reference to the shiny Zubat. I think that there's just better options that they could have had. One thing that I've felt is that they kind of should have I think that they could have reset like all of the shinies from Gen 2 to Gen 3. Because they had the whole like soft reset thing of not being able to transfer Pokemon from Gen 2 to Gen 3. I think that would have been a good time to rethink of what they did. Because a lot of the Gen 1 shinies are a bit off. And they did kind of adjust some of them anyway. Like they redid Charizard's shiny. Got special treatment because obviously it's Charizard. You alright? I think that's... I think we probably didn't have enough time to do 10 of them anyway, but that definitely didn't help. Oh, I'm stupid. This thing is a dark type, isn't it? Completely kind of wasn't paying attention. I like how he just appeared. A single frame. Well, that tells me if I do another one of these, you need a much better donut than I thought you might. I guess let's go with this one. I said, Zuli, what trainer type would you be? I guess flying, because then I can have my bats. Oh, bye, Ethel. Admittedly, I do like ghosts as well. Miss Magius is an obvious one. And Lunala is a ghost, so that counts. I did just accidentally crunch the fairy type. Oh well. Not paying enough attention to the buttons that I'm pressing. Kind of end up not thinking as much about it after having done so many of the normal battles, where eventually it stops mattering. Then said, new Pokemon looks like you're just assaulting strangers. A little bit. Since asked, what are the Gimmighoul coins? And you need to evolve them. Or you need them to evolve Gimmighoul into Goldango. Someone said old Pokemon was just strangers assaulting you. That's true. Pokemon has always been about assaulting strangers. Someone said, Zuli, your avatar is fun to draw. That's good. It's been fun to see people draw it. Someone said that Gyarados just crash landed on that mushroom. That is what happened. I think that we're on pace to get all 10 of them this time. I said, why is this map in a void? The theme of this DLC has been that there's like dimensional rifts, and we're in one of them. That took a bit to happen. And it said, Happy New Year, Zuli. Happy New Year to you as well. Well, I was about to say that I didn't think that we would have the time to find the gold Pokeball. But it was not that difficult. Someone has had favorite new mega. Let's look at them. I guess let's go a little slower. There's a bunch of them that aren't new. This guy's a weirdo. Honestly, kind of a lot of them are weirdos. Someone said that Embor rules. What's even better is this Embor. This is a fun one. These guys are very silly. This thing I'm not sure how to feel about its weird hat. I like this thing. Armored bug. Moving on. In terms of like all-time favorite mega, it is hard to beat Black Dress Gardevoir. This is another one where it's like, I get the bit that they're going for. It looks slightly silly. It kind of works, but you shouldn't look at it forward facing, I don't think. Some Pokemon are not designed to be seen forward facing. This is a fun bit to have the Angel Absol and the Devil Absol. I have a shiny Absol. Do I need to... I guess I could... let's see. I have Mega Energy, so... Where is the shiny Absol? I just found myself wondering, what does that look like? Let's do a little experiment. Well, that's strange. For some reason you can see the shinies in the Pokédex, but not for this thing. Well, conveniently, we just had one to check manually. Oh, and then Snoid has asked if there's a Pokemon named after him. It is the bug. Let's see. This is a similar situation where I have a shiny of these, but can't see the shiny of this. I do like the bit they do with this shiny. Also, blue color palette, Purple wings. This is Zubat adjacent. I do like Mega Frostlass. This guy is also fun. Kind of the obvious escalation of Chandelure. This guy is a little silly. Rip that guy. This is one where it's fun, because it's like a very different color, and then the shiny goes back to kind of the regular color. Delphox is obviously a good one. It's like witch-like. You got Grandpa. Grandpa in the glory days. The sushi platter is kind of a funny idea. I hadn't noticed initially that like the platter itself is the Mega Evolution symbol. That's cute. I like this thing in that like the brace around it looks like a Chingling. So it's like the baby version. This one's going through a phase. These guys are just strange. I'm gonna said it was not a phase. That's fair. I mean, I shouldn't demean people. There are people where that is just their aesthetic. Low-hanging fruit to make that joke. He's dying. He got so hot that he melted his butt. Unfortunate. So let's see. Of these, favorite. There's part of me that wants to go with Mega Delphox. I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I have to run out the timer on this guy so I can put him back in the box. That looks like it'd be annoying to physically get to. That looks a lot easier. Someone said the benches can reset megas. Good note. Although, that would cycle the mega dimensions as well. Well, I kinda don't have a reasonably leveled one, so let's just bully them. Just sitting, not changing the day. Oh, interesting. Ah, they caught me. I think that I misunderstood because I thought that this said this was like a level 140 zone. I guess that the like red invaders are higher level even in the zone. I guess the red ones, it said they were an alpha trainer, and I guess all of their Pokemon were alphas. I guess that's the bit. The bottle cap rewards are like a good sign. I remember hearing that that's like kind of a huge grind, getting bottle caps. Speaking of bottle caps, I had something kind of funny happen. They have Fallout themed soda that you can get, and my brother got me a case of it, and he and his friend were lamenting that they had not gotten one of the like blue star bottle caps. Like some of the Sunset Sarsaparilla come with blue star bottle caps, like in Fallout. And the first one that I opened had a blue star. Honestly, a bit of a mundane story, but amusing to me. Someone's asked, Fallout themed soda, like Nuka-Cola or what? Yeah, it's the specific one that I got was Nuka-Cola, or Nuka Grape. I guess it's not cola at all, it is just grape flavored. And then Nuka-Cola Quantum and Sunset Sarsaparilla. Which, I was like, is grape a real one, or are they just kind of making them up now? And I guess it was in the DLC for Fallout 4 that I didn't play. What does Quantum taste like? It is a, like, berry lemonade. Thank you, Duke of Dust, for the super chat. They have just sent a heart emoji. I appreciate it. And is asked, you have any books you've been reading? Sadly, I don't have the attention span lately. Executive dysfunction gets to you in a lot of ways. Yui has said, or Yui? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Yui has said, Happy New Year. Hope everyone has an enjoyable 2026. Happy New Year to you as well. Let's try to make some more level 40-ish donuts. Someone has asked, are you into horror games? That is like horror games that I've been into, but I wouldn't say that I'm like well versed in the genre. Like I was a big fan of Dead Space and like the Resident Evil series. I played some Silent Hill, but not like a lot of them, which is a thing that I'd, I guess, be interested to like explore more of. Someone said Bloodborne is a horror game. There's a certain point where you are as scary as the other things, and then it's harder for it to be horror. There's an extent to which, like, I would even kind of say that Dead Space lands a little bit on the being as scary as the things that you're killing range. You need me to call a doctor? Well, I didn't mean to start a side quest, but let's beat this guy up. I had a lot of fun with the Dead Space remake, and they did something that was like a really good bit. There's like a shooting gallery in the original Dead Space, and in the Dead Space like remake, you go to start the shooting gallery, and then the necromorphs just bust in and attack you all over. And I think that that's pretty funny. Like, I thought that I was gonna do the shooting gallery, and they were like, you just get jumped instead. I guess there's part of me that thinks that I shouldn't have necessarily said that, because then that ruins the bit for people. I did really like the remake though, but Dead Space is one of those games that had kind of like surprisingly timeless art style. Like if you look, like you go back and look at an Xbox 360 game, Dead Space 1, and you're like, that doesn't actually look that bad. Someone has said its mechanics also hold up for the most part. Yeah, I think that it'd be pretty easy to go back and like play Dead Space 1 and not feel its age too much. Someone said, Zuli, do you have any collector's edition game stuff? I do have some stuff. Like I have the collector's edition of Elden Ring. So I have the little Melania statue. I didn't get the like special collector edition where you get the helmet though. I also have like the thing that I have that is the most like that I've gotten the most practical use out of was the special edition of Breath of the Wild, because it came with a case for the Switch. So like the Switch had just come out and you get the game, it comes with a case for the Switch. So that ended up working together actually very smooth and practical. Other than that, me and my brother were both huge like Mass Effect fans, and we got the collector's edition of Mass Effect 2, and my brother started actually playing it first, and so I made the questionable decision to like thumb through the art book, and I got spoiled on the ending of the game. I'm like, well, I've learned something here, and it's to never look at the art book until you've finished playing. I said, that's unfortunate. Mass Effect 2's ending was so cool. Yeah, it was still like I saw, you know, the thing at the ending, or at the end, and I'm for some reason being cagey in case there are people who haven't played Mass Effect, but still the like journey of getting there was fun enough. Mass Effect 2 is a game that we actually like replayed a bunch, me and my brother, of like there's like story events that get affected by the order you do them in, and so we were like experimenting a bunch with trying to figure out like, well, what if you do that? And that was a lot of fun back in the day. You good? Someone said, I still need to play through Mass Effect. Picked up the Legendary Edition a while ago, but hadn't had a chance to play it since it's 110 gigabytes. That is quite a bit. There are a lot of games being very demanding of hard drive space. Someone asks, Zuli, do you hope the next Zelda game is more similar to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom or the older Zeldas? I think that it is almost certainly going to be more like the newer ones. Just because they've actively described the newer ones as the future of the series, and if you look at the like sales numbers, you can easily see why. I was very excited to get Echoes of Wisdom, honestly. That's Echoes was like an interesting thing because it felt like it was so different from the older ones in some ways, but makes me wonder if they feel like if they felt like they didn't have a reason to go back to top-down Zelda without doing something that different. I'm curious if they're gonna like do more top-down Zeldas, or like wait until they have something else that is as different. I did just send a fairy type out against a psychic Pokemon, or a poison Pokemon. Oh well. I think they also said that, I think they said they didn't initially set out to make it be about Zelda, but that they felt that the mechanics of the game suited Zelda better, so it became a Zelda game. Like a game where you play as Zelda, rather. That was like an interesting thing. At least I think that they've said that. That could have just been... I'm trying to remember if that was me speculating about it or if I did actually read that. I read a lot of interviews about stuff because I'm really interested in like the reasoning for like why games end up the way that they do. And it said, if FromSoft makes a new IP, in what kind of universe would you like it to be? I mean, that's the thing. I'm kind of up for whatever. Like, I think that whatever From Software ends up wanting to do is what I want it to be. I want it to be something that they're like very passionate about. Like, would I have guessed that they were going to make Sekiro? No. From Dark Souls, would I have expected Bloodborne to follow? I'm just kind of going with the flow. There is a thing though in like in Durasne, they have a book that is like an allusion to Bloodborne that is called Blood and Bone. That is like kind of seems like Western themed, or about like the art for it looks kind of like an indigenous person. And so there is that like element of maybe they have thought about Western stuff. And honestly, there's a whole thing about like they have horse mechanics figured out now, so they could do like something with that, obviously. It would be easier now for them to make a Western game than before Elden Ring, because they already went through all the work of doing that. There is also, it feels like the like Wild West kind of game would be at a similar technology level to Bloodborne. But admittedly, all of that is still like secondary to the notion that I think that they know what they're doing, and so I'd be interested to just go with whatever they want. I am very interested in the like the setting for Duskbloods so far seems like kind of Industrial Revolution, maybe, but I'm also kind of getting the vibe that maybe you're going to be a little bit across time. So there's like potentially a lot of options on the table. Like within the same game, even. And I've said before, but like, there's an interesting element to like if it is the like Industrial Revolution kind of thing, that it's like a period of time that is very much like old fantasy being overtaken by new science. Like it's an era of history where the time that we're leaving and the time that we're entering are very different. And, you know, to an extent that's true of like a lot of times in history. Also a little bit where I'm not sure how coherent any of what I've said for the last couple minutes has been. I can feel myself like I think I spaced out a little bit. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. One of the things that would be a bit interesting is that a lot of From Software stuff is about like we had a really cool civilization and we are entering a decline of that civilization. But for like Duskbloods, if it is like Industrial Revolution, it's kind of like a world that is on an incline for once, theoretically. you wouldn't. There's definitely ways that you could show the Industrial Revolution to not necessarily be an incline historically, but it's very much different from like decaying kingdoms and like collapsing worlds, like actively collapsing worlds. Someone said that Lord of the Rings is kind of an industrial revolution. Like, Saruman and the orcs are kind of industry going against nature, which is a big thing with like the Ents and stuff, yeah. And framed in a way that is very much negative. Also, looking very much like it's going to be, you know, about vampires. I had a very funny moment with the trailer where at the end of it, they show the little winged rat, and I was like, that's a person. That is not the way that From Software stylizes the eyes of like a creature. That is a thing that is like an intelligent person, even though it's a little rat. And then like just a couple days after, they did an interview where they talked about how it's like equivalent to the like level up character. And I thought that was very funny. But I was like, I'm either a genius or I'm a little bit too deep in the sauce to be able to look at the eyes and go, that's a character. This is the same thing where they showed gameplay footage of Night Rain for the first time, and I immediately thought to myself, that just looks shorter than the player character should be. And then when I finally got access to it, I checked immediately and was like, she is mechanically shorter. It's like, it's kind of crazy that I just, you know, looked at like 2 seconds of gameplay footage and was like, hold on. That's not the size that the player character should be in a From Software game. Someone said Revenant is teeny. Yeah. I really enjoyed that they got to make the player characters different sizes, is that adds a lot to their vibes. Like, I think that Revenant is like so much better than if she were like regular player size. I'm also really interested to see, like, if that's a thing that they keep doing in the future. Or, like, rather, if they let the player, like, adjust their own size next time they let you use customization stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, when I realized that they had set up a thing for making characters mechanically shorter or taller, I was like, there's a lingering question in my mind of, like, if they'd had that technology back in Dark Souls 1, how tall would they have made Solaire? And so I'm like, I feel like there are good odds that NPCs in the future are definitely still going to use the player resizing stuff, but I'm really curious if they will let the player decide their own height. And said, what about Blythe? Blythe is actually, like, not a player model character. Like, the height has always been arbitrary for things that don't use the player model. One thing that I was also really hoping to see in Night Rain was that, like in Dark Souls 1, they didn't have a way in the engine to smoothly resize a character in real time. And so the trick that they used instead for Ornstein, like when Ornstein becomes big, they instead have the entire, like they have an object, copy of the map, that shrinks around him. So it's like a careful illusion that he's getting bigger. But in Night Rain, they do have ways to like actively resize a character. So it would have been really fun if they had had Ornstein and Smo in Night Rain, and you got to see Ornstein get really big in real time. Admittedly, I'm kind of sad that, like, the one thing that I feel bad about with Night Rain is that they didn't have more, just more stuff from the older games. Like, I would have been happy to see, like, any number of bosses from the old games. And in fact, a stream idea I've been thinking about has been, like, going over all of the bosses in the Soul series and how well I think that they would have fit in Night Rain. Like, one of the ones that I think would be really funny immediately is like the Crystal Sages from Dark Souls 3. There's something to me that's like very funny about imagining like you're playing multiplayer and one of the people, like, you all spread out in different directions when the Crystal Sage like splits apart, and one of the people is like desperately pinging that, like, oh, this is the real one, everybody come here. But admittedly, one of the things that has thrown a bit of a wrench in like the ability to evaluate how good any given thing would be in Night Rain is Artorias, because they like really overhauled him to make him like work well. They could do like if you assume that they're gonna let you or rather if you assume that they would have made as many changes to the boss as they made to Artorias, there are a lot more bosses that would fit well. One of them that could be fun would be like Fume Knight. Seems like they'd be, or like Fume Knight seems like they would be a bad boss at first because like Raimi is very slow, and you kind of just run circles around him in Night Rain. But if they like juiced him up a bunch, he has a lot of stuff going on that like could be very fun. Then there's other stuff where like they didn't really have to change Nameless King that much for him to still be like pretty good. They made little adjustments to like Centipede Demon and Gaping Dragon, but they're still like fairly easy. There's an extent to which you can be like the boss fitting in is not necessarily that it has to be like super difficult. It's just that it has to do something that is like mechanically interesting in Night Rain. Which like the limb cuts on Centipede Demon, or the big health draining sludge from Gaping Dragon. They added, I think that they, like Snoid would probably know, but I don't think that, did Freya have the like arena wide web move where you get slow moded in Dark Souls 2, or is that new? Okay, that is new. I thought so. Oh wait. Lloyd is saying she does have that in Dark Souls 2. Okay. Probably like, it's probably the difference of in Dark Souls 2 it was like a rare move. No, Snoid. There's like a move that Freya can do in Night Rain where the entire arena gets webbed and you get webbing on you and you're slow. And you fat roll. Not the laser. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the webbing thing is new. So yeah, they've like given some of them tools that are interesting to make them better able to keep up with Night Rain. And then some of them where it's like, Capra Demon, you would have to say, is kind of not eligible because we already have Omen Killers. They just took Capra Demon and already put him in. It's similar with like Asylum Demon being an Erdtree avatar. Thank you, the King of Daleks, for the super chat. You have a very soothing voice. Thank you. I think that actually I need to use the bathroom again, so I will leave you with Ethel. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Someone said, does this game work like an auto battler? No. You have like a list of moves. You tell your Pokemon what to do. Yeah, we are headed back to the hotel to make a Mega Donut. Yeah, I think that I could have, I think that I could very easily do a whole stream of like going over every boss in the Soul series and how well they'd fit. I think that like Sekiro bosses would kind of immediately be disqualified because there's too much in the deflection mechanic. Like, you could not effectively fight Genichiro the same way that you fight him in Sekiro. Someone said, Zuli, is there a lore reason as to why your map is only side quests? You unlock a lot of them doing the DLC, and I haven't been doing them on stream. I haven't been doing them off stream either. Kinda don't know what side quests are gonna be worth the time on stream, sadly. There's a lot of them that are just, hey, battle me, and you battle them. He's gonna get the child in debt. I kind of missed what they said, but I assume the game will tell you. But if it didn't, I got a recording just in case. Oh. That may have been a spoiler. The Bad Dreams crawler. Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay, I think all the pieces are coming together. Okay, so I think it has like a little guide there. It needs to be sweet, sour, and a little spicy. Hmm. Oh, there we go. That'll get you a lot of the way there. Hmm. It kind of seems like I need another one of these. I don't know how to like farm that effectively. Actually, no, because two of that wouldn't do it, would they? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure that I have the ingredients for it. Get away with this. Alright, Chad. Some of you have to know. What's the best way to get the ingredients that I need for this? I only have 2 of those. Get a lot of the way, but not all the way. Yeah. Someone has said a recipe, but we do need a third of the hypertanga berry. What's the best way to like farm the berries? Do a 4-star zone to get some rare ones. Alright, let's try our luck. Sour donuts and reset for berry powder. Berry power. Wait, where am I even going? I think that to get here, I need to like go from there and drop down. Or not. And just go from here. Let's see what we can do with what we've got already. No berry power. But I guess let's try our best. Someone has asked, out of curiosity, have you done any character design besides your avatar? Sort of. Not like, not in a while though. I used to draw a lot more when I was younger. It had been a while. This is a thing that, like I would draw a lot in school, naturally, because school was boring. And then, kind of have to actually, like, set time aside to draw now. It's a thing that I would theoretically want to like get back to doing more. I'm also a bit just like self-conscious about my art. Thank you, Virgil, for the super chat. Can you tell us about your avatar's design, specifically the laced piercings? So I had throat surgery back in March, and I decided to represent that on the character model. There are like a lot of little bits of the design that are reflective of like stuff about me that are like I have one of the legs wrapped up in bandages because in real life I have like recurring leg pain in that leg, and like genuinely part of the reason that I started YouTube stuff was that I kind of had to stop working my regular job because my leg hurt like too much on a day-to-day basis. So I was like, I need to find something else. And so it's like only been through the support of like the people who watch the videos that I've been able to like kind of not have to suffer from that so much. Now we need to find this golden Pokeball. Don't necessarily have a lot of time to do it. There it is. Now to get there in time. Go, my son. I need you to do this. Good job, my son. I don't know if we got the berry that I needed for that, though. I guess let's go back and try to make berry power thing. I did. Wonderful. Ah, there we go. 3 of those. 3 of those. 1 of those, then something that gets bitter end. That'll do it. Alright. We are good to go. Okay, if I had any doubt, that's kind of, that's very on the nose with the direction that the story is going in, I think. The Bad Dreams crawler is complete. If they gave Darkrai a Mega, that's interesting. I'd love to see it. Let's give him this donut. Ah. We've got all the teams cooperating again. We haven't seen this bit in a while. Or at least, I guess you guys haven't seen this bit at all, because this was part of the main game. She just teleports behind people. You got teleported behind for the first time. This too might also be Yuri. Someone said, Zuli, you're a Pokemon fan too? And it would be really weird if I weren't, right? That'd be a big surprise in this exact moment. But yeah, I've been a Pokemon fan since the old days. Honestly, very curious what they do for this. Because there's been, they've been some pretty fun, like, boss fight mechanics. And the final boss of, like, the main game was a little disappointing, but hopefully whatever they do for this one. I didn't get the bit for a second that they're making a donut. That was kind of fun, actually. The, like, impression of Hoopa Unbound in the background. Stay away, but also help. I wonder if Cresselia is also involved in this. Hyperspace New Moon Nightmare. That's kind of disappointing. Like, you know, it was obvious at this point, but like, why do they need to tell you? Well, if we're gonna fight Darkrai and save it from Rogue Mega Evolution, that does sound like Mega Darkrai. And I do want to see that. Well, we did see earlier that dead people can be in the hyperspace. So somehow I didn't think about that happening as an option. That got me for a second. I was like, actually a little shocked to see him. It's kind of funny that one of the few side quests that I did foreshadowed that dead people could be in the hyperdimension. I'm kind of just actually taking this in. Every soft Pokemon does just like kind of get you a little bit. Like honestly, the ending of Scarlet and Violet is really good. Like Area Zero is kind of amazing. There's sometimes moments where it's like it's really good. Stay away. Up. Hurt. It hurts. You stay away, stay away. Stay away, stay away, stay away. Stay away. I don't have it in me to yell. I don't know why Darkrai is the one character that I've chosen to actively voice. This so far is not a Rogue Mega. This is kind of that heal store move. You think I trust a single health bar? I've played too many From Software games. I know where this is going. Okay. Oh. You're a bit of a weirdo. Not a complaint. Before the head popped out, it looked like a Kirby boss. Like that. That's very much a Kirby. Well, oh my god. There's like one safe spot in the middle. Well, that's not good. There's still plenty of time left though. Honestly, not even close. And then you just get a free Darkrai. Do I want to put it in the special ball? Honestly, usually just get Pokemon in regular Pokeballs. I enjoy the look. Someone has asked, does Zuli have cats? I have 2 cats. Not dissimilar to Dark Souls 2. Or rather, not dissimilar to the Frigid Outskirts. Someone said, does that girl have badges wrapped around her? Those are megastones. Hmm. Well, there's still Mega Rayquaza to catch. Sure, why not? Well, that's the ending of the DLC, I guess. Well, ending in quotation marks. I know there's clearly more stuff. What are the ramifications? Someone has asked, what are the ramifications of one person having Darkrai? There's kind of a lot of, like, if you start questioning that, there's kind of nowhere to stop questioning with Pokemon. You can catch, you know, the god of the Pokemon world. Someone said, Zooey, did you do any martial arts? No, I'm super fragile. 100 years ago, I would not have made it to double-digit age. Someone has asked, any reviews? I'm really bad at that. Like, I don't know that I could give an opinion on whether or not I think that other people should like things. Like, I enjoyed it, but kind of, I'm obviously in a bit of a different position in terms of, like, whether buying a Switch 2 or this game is worth it, in quotation marks. Someone has asked, did you have fun? I got a Zubat, so actually, yeah, now that I think about it, 10 out of 10 game, 10 out of 10 DLC. Gotta buy it for the Zubat. Someone said, I'm dreading having to buy a Switch 2 just for Duskbloods. That's, like... Admittedly, there's probably other stuff that you'd enjoy on the Switch 2. One of the things that's, like, convenient about the Switch 2, well, convenient in quotation marks, the thing that would be beneficial about buying one is that you kind of have to if you want to access Nintendo's library at all. It's like, there are a lot of games that you could play on the PlayStation, the Xbox, or PC. And then, so you just need one of those three things. And then there's a lot of games that are only the Switch. You kind of just need, like, one of those three and a Switch to get most games. One said, the Joy-Cons themselves put me off after how badly they went wrong with Switch 1. I guess they're, like, supposed to be better, but admittedly, yeah, that could go kind of either way. Someone said, Zuli, do you play CRPGs at all? Ever finish any? Could someone remind me what CRPG is in this context? Classic RPG. I see. Would, like, KOTOR count? I guess it wouldn't, would it? You are kind of... Like, if KOTOR counts. I've played the old KOTOR games. I don't think she got me right at all. Like, I don't think this kid knows me. This kid thinks that I'm still in the default clothes. Well, she's trying her best. Someone asked, so when do you take her Hoopa? I've been kind of thinking about that as, like, that's a weird bit of friction in a Pokemon game of, like, they can't just have an NPC that has a cool Pokemon and it's theirs. You have to get it from them somehow. I was kind of feeling it the whole time with Az's Floette, and then we see how that went. Someone said Rayquaza is in this. Well, it's the DLC about Mega Evolution, so they kind of needed him. It is Mega Rayquaza after all. Well, it's been about 4.5 hours, and I think that this is around where my stamina is at the moment. I've been hoping that I could like pull off much longer streams, but it does seem to be around this time that it falls off a little bit. Someone said, is this your longest stream? I think I've had one that was over 5 hours at this point, but that's kind of around it. Well, we can come back to Pokemon on a later date. Anyway, all of you have a wonderful new year, and thank you for showing up and enjoying the stream. Bye bye. Oh, and one final thank you, Onward Goes the Drifter, for the super chat. Now for real. Bye bye.